Hello, my fellow adventurers. It's Alara. Tonight, I invite you to journey through the complete magical history of the wizarding world. From ancient magic to the final defeat of darkness. This is not just the story of one boy wizard, but the epic tale of 1,000 years of magic, mystery, and the eternal struggle between light and shadow. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and which tales you'd love to hear next. If you'd like to support the channel, you can join Griffin's Nest on Patreon for ad-free and background music-free versions of stories. Let's begin. Long before Harry Potter drew his first breath, long before even Hogwarts rose from Scottish soil, magic flowed through the world in ways both wonderful and terrible. The earliest wizards and witches lived in scattered communities, their knowledge passed down through oral traditions and crude magical texts written on bark and stone. In those distant days, magical creatures roamed freely across the British Isles. Dragons nested in mountain caves, unicorns danced in moonlit clearings, and ancient beings of immense power shaped the very landscape with their presence. Magic was wild, untamed, and often dangerous, a force of nature that few truly understood. The relationship between magical and non-magical peoples was complex and ever-shifting. In some regions, wizards served as healers and wise counselors to Muggle communities. In others, they were feared as wielders of dark powers, leading to conflicts that would echo through the centuries. It was during this tumultuous period that the need for magical education became apparent. Young witches and wizards needed proper guidance to harness their abilities safely. Across Europe, magical schools began to emerge. Biot's Bâtons Academy of Magic was founded in the mountains of France, its elegant spires reaching toward the sky like crystalline fingers. In the remote forests of Northern Europe, Durmstrang Institute established itself as a center of magical learning that embraced the darker aspects of the magical arts. But it was in the wilds of Scotland that the most famous school of all would soon take root. In the year 990, 4 of the most powerful and accomplished witches and wizards of their age came together with a shared vision to create a school where young magical minds could be nurtured and trained in safety, away from the prejudices and fears of the outside world. Godric Gryffindor, the bold and noble wizard from the wild Welsh moors, brought with him his legendary sword and an unshakable belief in the power of courage and honor. His red hair caught the light like flame, and his presence commanded respect from all who met him. Gryffindor valued bravery above all other qualities, believing that true magic flowed from a fearless heart. Helga Hufflepuff, the warm-hearted witch from the Valley of Wales, possessed an extraordinary gift for herbology and food-related magic. Her kitchens could produce feasts that would satisfy hundreds, and her gardens yielded magical plants of incredible potency. Hufflepuff believed that hard work and loyalty were the foundations of good character, and she welcomed students from all backgrounds, regardless of their magical ability or social standing. Rowena Ravenclaw, the sharp-minded witch from the glens of Scotland, was renowned throughout the wizarding world for her intelligence and wisdom. Her diadem, crafted with powerful enchantments, enhanced the wearer's wisdom and judgment. Ravenclaw prized wit and learning above all else, believing that knowledge was the greatest treasure a witch or wizard could possess. Salazar Slytherin, the cunning wizard from the fens of East England, was perhaps the most powerful of the four founders. His ability to speak with serpents marked him as a rare wizard indeed, and his understanding of the dark arts was unmatched. Slytherin valued ambition and pure magical blood, believing that only those from ancient wizarding families could truly appreciate the depths of magical knowledge. Together, these four remarkable individuals chose a remote location in the Scottish Highlands, a place where magic flowed strongly through the earth itself. The site they selected was bordered by a great lake, protected by an ancient forest, and blessed with natural magical properties that would enhance their teaching. Using magic that combined all their talents, they began construction of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The castle they built was a marvel of magical architecture. Staircases that moved of their own accord, portraits that lived and breathed and spoke, ceilings that reflected the sky above. Every stone was imbued with enchantments that would last for millennia. The Great Hall, with its 4 long tables representing each founder's house, became the heart of the school, where students would gather for meals and celebrations. Each founder contributed their own special touches to the castle. Gryffindor's tower rose high into the sky, its common room a warm haven of red and gold. Hufflepuff's domain near the kitchens created a cozy sanctuary of yellow and black, where the scents of baking bread and healing herbs filled the air. Ravenclaw's tower, accessible only by solving riddles, became a blue and bronze sanctuary of learning and contemplation. Slytherin's chambers, hidden in the castle's depths near the dungeons, were decorated in silver and green, reflecting the founder's connection to water and serpents. For several years, the 4 founders worked in harmony, their different approaches to magic and education complementing each other perfectly. Students came from across Britain and beyond, eager to learn from these legendary teachers. The school flourished, and its reputation grew with each passing year. However, as time went on, philosophical differences began to emerge among the founders. Salazar Slytherin grew increasingly concerned about the inclusion of Muggle-born students in the school. He argued that children from non-magical families could not be trusted with magical secrets, and that their presence diluted the purity of magical education. The other founders disagreed, believing that magical ability was a gift that transcended bloodlines. The disagreement festered and grew until it could no longer be contained. In a dramatic confrontation that would echo through history, Salazar Slytherin left Hogwarts forever, but not before hiding a terrible secret within the castle walls. Deep beneath the school, in a chamber accessible only to his heir, he concealed a monstrous basilisk, a gigantic serpent whose gaze could kill, and whose mission was to purge the school of those Slytherin deemed unworthy. The departure of Slytherin cast a shadow over Hogwarts, but the remaining 3 founders continued their work. They established the house system that would endure for centuries, created the magical protections that would keep the school safe, and laid the foundations for traditions that would guide generations of students. Following the dramatic departure of Salazar Slytherin, Hogwarts entered a period of consolidation and growth. The remaining 3 founders worked tirelessly to ensure the school's continued success, each contributing their unique wisdom to the institution they had created. During these medieval centuries, the wizarding world faced numerous challenges. The relationship between magical and non-magical communities grew increasingly strained as fear and misunderstanding spread across Europe. Witch hunts became common, forcing magical folk to become ever more secretive about their abilities. Hogwarts became not just a school, but a sanctuary, a place where young witches and wizards could develop their abilities without fear of persecution. The castle itself evolved during this period, growing and changing as each generation of magical educators added their own contributions. New towers were raised, additional classrooms were carved from living rock, and the magical protections surrounding the school were strengthened and refined. The Forbidden Forest grew thick and wild, becoming home to creatures both wondrous and dangerous, while the Great Lake deepened and expanded, its waters home to a growing community of merpeople and other aquatic magical beings. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets began to take shape during these centuries. Twice in the medieval period, the chamber was opened by heirs of Slytherin, and the monster within was unleashed upon the school. Students died, terror gripped the corridors, and on both occasions, Hogwarts came close to closing forever. Only through the bravery of individual heroes was the school saved, though the chamber itself remained hidden, its secrets locked away, until a future generation would face its horror once again. The Sorting Hat, created from Godric Gryffindor's hat, and imbued with the combined wisdom of all 4 founders, became the arbiter of house placement. Its songs, changing each year, would remind generations of students about the school's history and the importance of unity among the houses. even as it sorted them into their respective groups. During this period, many of the school's most enduring traditions were established. The House Cup competition began as a way to foster friendly rivalry among the students. Quidditch, the sport of wizards, was invented and quickly became the most popular game in the magical world. The first Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was built during the 11th century, and the sport became so integral to school life that house matches were attended by the entire school community. The position of headmaster evolved during these centuries, with each leader bringing their own vision to the school. Some emphasized academic achievement, others focused on character development, and a few had to navigate the dangerous political currents of their times. Each headmaster's portrait would eventually join the gallery in the headmaster's office, creating a council of wisdom that would advise future generations. As the Renaissance brought new learning and discovery to the Muggle world, the wizarding world experienced its own period of magical innovation and expansion. This was an era when many of the most fundamental advances in magical theory were made, and when the foundations of modern wizarding society were laid. The establishment of the Ministry of Magic in 1692 marked a crucial turning point in wizarding history. For the first time, the magical community had a centralized government that could coordinate responses to threats, regulate dangerous magical practices, and maintain the secrecy that had become essential for magical survival. The Statute of Secrecy, enacted the same year, formally established the separation between magical and non-magical worlds, creating the hidden society that would persist into modern times. Hogwarts played a crucial role during this period of transition. The school became not just an educational institution, but a training ground for the witches and wizards who would go on to shape the new magical government. Many of the ministry's early leaders were Hogwarts graduates, and the school's influence on magical society grew stronger with each passing generation. The castle continued to evolve during these centuries, with new magical innovations being incorporated into its ancient structure. The moving staircases were refined to be more reliable, though never completely predictable. New secret passages were discovered, and sometimes deliberately created, and the magical protections surrounding the school were updated to address new threats. This period also saw the rise of some of the most famous names in magical history. Legendary witches and wizards walked the halls of Hogwarts as students, many going on to make discoveries that would benefit the magical world for centuries to come. The school's library grew to become one of the most comprehensive collections of magical knowledge in existence, with rare books and manuscripts gathered from across the wizarding world. The house rivalries that had begun in the medieval period evolved into more sophisticated competitions. Academic achievement became as important as Quidditch success, and the House Cup came to represent not just sporting prowess, but overall excellence in all aspects of school life. The heads of house drawn from the most accomplished professors, became mentors and guides for their students, creating bonds that often lasted long after graduation. International connections grew stronger during this period, with Hogwarts establishing formal relationships with other magical schools around the world. Student exchanges became possible, allowing young witches and wizards to experience different magical traditions and cultures. The Triwizard Tournament, established in the 13th century, continued to be held periodically, bringing together the three greatest European schools of magic in friendly competition. The late 18th and early 19th centuries brought new challenges to the wizarding world. As Muggle society industrialized and modernized, magical communities found themselves increasingly isolated and cut off from the rapidly changing world around them. This isolation, while necessary for maintaining secrecy, also created conditions that allowed dark ideologies to flourish within wizarding society. During this period, several dark wizards rose to prominence, each bringing their own brand of terror to the magical world. The most notorious of these was Gellert Grindelwald, a brilliant young wizard whose twisted vision of magical supremacy would ultimately lead to a global conflict that touched every corner of the wizarding world. Grindelwald's story began at Durmstrang Institute, where his exceptional magical abilities were matched only by his dangerous political beliefs. Even as a student, he was drawn to the dark arts and to theories about magical superiority over non-magical peoples. His expulsion from Durmstrang did nothing to curb his ambitions. If anything, it freed him to pursue his dark vision without institutional constraints. The young Grindelwald spent a fateful summer in Godric's Hollow, where he met and befriended Albus Dumbledore, then a recent Hogwarts graduate. The two brilliant young wizards formed an intense friendship based on their shared intellectual gifts and their fascination with magical theory. Together, they developed plans for a new world order in which wizards would rule over muggles for the greater good. However, this dangerous alliance came to a tragic end when Grindelwald's reckless use of magic during a three-way duel involving Albus, his brother Aberforth, and Grindelwald himself resulted in the death of Albus's beloved sister, Ariana. The incident shattered Dumbledore's faith in his own judgment and marked the beginning of his long journey toward wisdom and humility. While Dumbledore retreated to Hogwarts to teach and reflect on his mistakes, Grindelwald embarked on a campaign of terror that would span decades. He gathered followers across Europe, preaching a message of magical supremacy and pure-blood ideology that found fertile ground in the fears and prejudices of the wizarding world. His symbol, the Deathly Hallows mark, became a sign of terror wherever it appeared. Hogwarts during this period was a place of tension and uncertainty. Professor Dumbledore, who had joined the staff as a young teacher, watched with growing alarm as reports of Grindelwald's activities reached Britain. The school became a refuge for students whose families had fled Grindelwald's regime, and the castle's ancient protections were strengthened to guard against possible attacks. The conflict reached its climax in 1945, when Dumbledore finally faced his former friend in a legendary duel that would be remembered as one of the greatest magical battles in history. The duel took place at Nurmengard, Grindelwald's prison fortress, with the fate of the wizarding world hanging in the balance. Dumbledore's victory marked the end of Grindelwald's reign of terror and established him as one of the most powerful and respected wizards of his age. The defeat of Grindelwald brought peace to the wizarding world, but it also left scars that would take generations to heal. The experience taught the magical community valuable lessons about the dangers of pure blood ideology and the importance of standing up to tyranny, lessons that would prove crucial in the decades to come. For Dumbledore personally, the victory was bittersweet. His defeat of Grindelwald established his reputation as a great wizard, but it also brought him face to face with the consequences of his youthful mistakes. The experience shaped his philosophy and his approach to power, making him deeply suspicious of his own ambitions and committed to guiding others rather than ruling them. In the aftermath of Grindelwald's defeat, the wizarding world experienced a period of relative peace and prosperity. The magical community worked to rebuild what had been destroyed, and there was hope that the dark chapters of recent history would not be repeated. However, this peace was not to last, for even as one dark wizard fell, another was already beginning his rise to power. Tom Marvolo Riddle arrived at Hogwarts in 1938 as an 11-year-old orphan from a Muggle orphanage in London. From the very beginning, he was unlike any other student the school had ever seen. His magical abilities were extraordinary. His intelligence was remarkable, and his charm was almost hypnotic. Yet beneath this impressive exterior lay a darkness that would eventually consume him and threaten the entire wizarding world. During his time at Hogwarts, Tom Riddle excelled in every subject and earned the admiration of most of his teachers. He was made a prefect, then head boy, and he received awards for academic excellence and special contributions to the school. To all outward appearances, he was the ideal student, polite, accomplished, and destined for great things. However, Professor Dumbledore, who had encountered Riddle at the orphanage and brought him to Hogwarts, sensed something troubling about the boy. Riddle's fascination with his magical heritage, his questions about immortality, and his ability to manipulate those around him all raised red flags for the experienced educator. Dumbledore watched the promising young wizard with growing concern, though he could do little to prevent the darkness that was already taking root. It was during his time at Hogwarts that Riddle first learned about his connection to Salazar Slytherin and discovered the location of the Chamber of Secrets. In his 5th year, he opened the chamber and released the basilisk within, leading to the death of a student named Myrtle Warren, who would become known to future generations as Moaning Myrtle. When the school faced closure, Riddle framed the innocent Hagrid for the attacks, demonstrating both his cunning and his complete lack of empathy for others. After leaving Hogwarts, Tom Riddle seemed to disappear from the wizarding world's attention. He worked briefly at Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley, where he used his position to acquire dark magical artifacts and learn the location of objects that would serve his future plans. Then, he vanished entirely, and for many years there was no trace of the once promising student. When Tom Riddle next appeared in the wizarding world, he was no longer recognizable as the handsome, charming young man who had left Hogwarts years earlier. Through his experimentation with dark magic and his creation of Horcruxes, objects containing fragments of his soul, he had transformed himself into something barely human. He took on a new name that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it: Lord Voldemort. Voldemort's rise to power was swift and terrible. He gathered followers who called themselves Death Eaters, many of them from prominent, pure-blood families who shared his belief in magical superiority. His message was similar to Grindelwald's in some ways, but where Grindelwald had at least claimed to seek the greater good, Voldemort was motivated purely by his desire for power and his contempt for anything he considered inferior. The First Wizarding War began gradually, with isolated attacks and disappearances that seemed random at first, but soon revealed a pattern of terror. Voldemort and his Death Eaters targeted Muggle-born wizards and witches, those who opposed their ideology, and anyone who stood in their way. The Ministry of Magic, unprepared for such a coordinated assault, struggled to respond effectively to the growing threat. Hogwarts became both a target and a sanctuary during this dark period. Voldemort had particular hatred for the school that had shaped him, and for Dumbledore, who had never been fooled by his false charm. Several attacks were made on students and staff, and the castle's ancient protections were tested as never before. Yet under Dumbledore's leadership, the school remained a beacon of hope and resistance. The war reached its climax with a prophecy, a prediction made by Professor Sybil Trelawney that spoke of a child who would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. The prophecy mentioned a boy born at the end of July, to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort, and it suggested that this child would possess some special power that Voldemort lacked. When Voldemort learned of the prophecy, he became obsessed with finding and destroying the child it described. Two families fit the prophecy's description: the Longbottoms and the Potters. Voldemort chose to target the Potter family, perhaps because Harry Potter was, like Voldemort himself, a half-blood, the son of a Muggle-born mother and a pure-blood father. On the night of October 31st, 1981, Voldemort arrived at the Potter home in Godric's Hollow. James Potter tried to hold off the Dark Lord to give his wife and infant son time to escape, but he was killed instantly. Lily Potter had the chance to save herself. Voldemort offered to spare her life if she would step aside and let him kill Harry. But love proved stronger than fear, and she died protecting her son. When Voldemort turned his wand on the infant Harry Potter and spoke the killing curse, something extraordinary happened. The curse, which had never failed before, rebounded upon its caster. Voldemort's physical form was destroyed, his followers scattered, and his reign of terror came to an abrupt end. Harry Potter, marked by a lightning bolt-shaped scar, survived to become the most famous wizard in the world, the boy who lived. The defeat of Voldemort marked the beginning of what many in the wizarding world would remember as a golden age of peace and prosperity. The terror that had gripped magical Britain for over a decade was gone. The Death Eaters were imprisoned or in hiding, and the wizarding community could finally begin to heal from the wounds of war. However, this peace came at a tremendous cost. Entire families had been wiped out. Communities had been destroyed, and the scars of the conflict ran deep. Many of those who had fought against Voldemort struggled to readjust to normal life, haunted by the memories of what they had witnessed and done in the war's darkest hours. The boy who lived became a legend almost overnight, but the child himself was hidden away from the wizarding world that celebrated his name. Dumbledore, acting as Harry's magical guardian, made the controversial decision to place him with his Muggle relatives, the Dursleys. This choice was based on ancient magic. The protection that Lily Potter's sacrifice had created could only be maintained while Harry lived with her blood relatives. For 10 years, Harry Potter grew up knowing nothing of his fame or his magical heritage. The Dursleys, terrified of magic and bitter about the circumstances that had forced them to raise their nephew, treated him with neglect and cruelty. They told him that his parents had died in a car crash and that he was nothing special, just a burden they had reluctantly accepted. Meanwhile, the wizarding world moved on. The Ministry of Magic, led by Cornelius Fudge, focused on maintaining the peace and prosperity that Voldemort's defeat had brought. There were occasional incidents, reports of strange magical accidents, sightings of suspicious individuals, whispers about Death Eaters who had escaped justice. But these were dismissed as isolated problems rather than signs of a larger threat. Hogwarts flourished during these peaceful years under Dumbledore's continued leadership. New students arrived each year, excited to learn magic and unaware of the dark history that had shaped the school they now called home. The castle itself seemed to exhale after years of tension, its corridors once again filled with laughter and learning rather than fear and vigilance. The staff of Hogwarts during this period included many who would play crucial roles in the events to come. Professor McGonagall continued to teach Transfiguration with her characteristic blend of strictness and caring. Professor Snape, the former Death Eater who had turned spy for Dumbledore, took up the position of Potions Master, his past hidden from all but a few. Professor Flitwick taught charms with enthusiasm, while Professor Sprout tended both the school's gardens and its herbology students with equal dedication. The houses of Hogwarts maintained their traditional rivalries, but these had returned to friendly competition rather than the bitter divisions that had marked the war years. Gryffindor continued to value bravery and heroism. Hufflepuff emphasized loyalty and hard work. Ravenclaw prized intelligence and creativity. And Slytherin maintained its focus on ambition and cunning, though the house struggled with its association with dark magic and many of its members who had joined Voldemort. During these hidden years, important developments were taking place behind the scenes. Dumbledore spent much of his time researching Voldemort's past, seeking to understand how Tom Riddle had become the monster who had terrorized the wizarding world. His investigations led him to discover the terrible truth about Horcruxes, the dark magical objects that had allowed Voldemort to survive the rebounded killing curse. The realization that Voldemort might not be truly dead filled Dumbledore with dread, but also with purpose. If the Dark Lord had indeed created Horcruxes, then his apparent death was merely a setback, not a final defeat. This knowledge would prove crucial in the years to come, though Dumbledore kept it to himself, not wanting to alarm the wizarding world with fears that might prove unfounded. Other members of the Order of the Phoenix, the secret organization that had fought against Voldemort during the war, also remained vigilant during these peaceful years. Though the organization was officially disbanded, many of its members maintained informal contact, watching for signs that the dark times might return. They were right to be cautious, for evil rarely remains defeated forever. On Harry Potter's 11th birthday, July 31st, 1991, the wizarding world that had been hidden from him for his entire life suddenly burst into his consciousness with all the force of a magical explosion. Hagrid, the gentle giant who served as keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, arrived to rescue Harry from his miserable life with the Dursleys and introduce him to the magical world that was his birthright. The moment Harry stepped into Diagon Alley for the first time marked not just his personal awakening to magic, but the beginning of a new chapter in wizarding history. The boy who lived was no longer a hidden child, but a real person who would have to live up to the legend that had grown around his name. The wizarding world watched with fascination and hope as their hero prepared to take his place at Hogwarts. Harry's first year at Hogwarts was marked by wonder, friendship, and danger in equal measure. He formed the bonds that would sustain him through the trials ahead. His friendship with Ron Weasley, the loyal and brave boy from a loving wizarding family, and with Hermione Granger, the brilliant Muggle-born witch, whose knowledge and determination would prove invaluable time and again. But even in that first year, the shadows of the past began to stir. The Philosopher's Stone, hidden within Hogwarts for safekeeping, became the target of a plot that seemed to originate with Professor Snape, but actually led back to Lord Voldemort himself. Though the Dark Lord existed only as a spirit, barely alive, he had found a way to possess another wizard and use him to attempt a return to physical form. Harry's confrontation with Professor Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort's spirit, marked the first direct encounter between the boy who lived and the Dark Lord since that fateful night in Godric's Hollow. The same protection that had saved Harry as a baby, the love of his mother's sacrifice, protected him again, destroying Quirrell and forcing Voldemort's spirit to flee. The second year brought new terrors as the Chamber of Secrets was opened once again. Students were petrified by an unknown monster. Messages written in blood appeared on walls, and fear gripped the school, as it had not since the dark days of Voldemort's reign. The revelation that Salazar Slytherin's basilisk still lived in the castle's depths, and that it had been controlled by a memory of Tom Riddle, preserved in a diary, showed how the past continued to influence the present. Harry's destruction of the diary and defeat of the basilisk marked the first time a Horcrux was destroyed, though neither he nor Dumbledore fully understood the significance of this victory at the time. The diary had been more than just a memory. It was a piece of Voldemort's soul, and its destruction was a crucial step toward the Dark Lord's ultimate defeat. The third year brought the revelation that Harry's past was more complex than he had known. Sirius Black, the wizard believed to have betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort, escaped from Azkaban prison and seemed to be hunting Harry. The truth, that Sirius was innocent, and that the real traitor was Peter Pettigrew, thought to be dead for 12 years, revealed how the events of the First Wizarding War continued to cast shadows over the present. The fourth year marked a turning point, as the Triwizard Tournament brought international attention to Hogwarts and provided Voldemort with the opportunity he had been seeking. Harry's name was entered in the tournament through dark magic, and the competition became an elaborate plot to deliver the boy who lived to his greatest enemy. The climax came in a graveyard in Little Hangleton, where Voldemort used Harry's blood in a dark ritual to restore himself to physical form. The Dark Lord's return was no longer a spirit seeking possession, but a flesh and blood wizard at the height of his power. The duel that followed, witnessed by the spirits of Voldemort's victims, proved that Harry could stand against the Dark Lord, but it also marked the beginning of a new and more terrible war. The fifth year was marked by denial and division within the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic, led by the incompetent Cornelius Fudge, refused to believe that Voldemort had returned, instead launching a campaign to discredit both Harry and Dumbledore. This willful blindness allowed the Dark Lord to operate in secret, rebuilding his forces and preparing for open war. At Hogwarts, the Ministry's interference took the form of Dolores Umbridge, a cruel bureaucrat who was appointed as Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher and later as High Inquisitor. Her reign of terror at the school, with its emphasis on theoretical learning over practical defense, left students unprepared for the dangers they would soon face. In response, Harry, Ron, and Hermione formed Dumbledore's army, a secret organization that taught defensive magic to willing students. These lessons, held in secret in the Room of Requirement, prepared a generation of young witches and wizards for the war that was coming. The year ended with the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, where Harry and his friends fought Death Eaters in the halls of the Ministry itself. The battle resulted in the death of Sirius Black, Harry's beloved godfather, and finally convinced the wizarding world that Voldemort had indeed returned. The 6th year was a time of preparation and revelation. With Voldemort's return finally acknowledged, the wizarding world began to mobilize for war. Dumbledore took personal responsibility for Harry's education, sharing with him the crucial knowledge about Tom Riddle's past and the terrible secret of the Horcruxes. Through memories viewed in a pensieve, Harry learned how Tom Riddle had become Lord Voldemort, and more importantly, how he had made himself immortal by splitting his soul into 7 pieces. The destruction of these Horcruxes became the key to Voldemort's ultimate defeat, a task that would require courage, sacrifice, and knowledge that had been hidden for decades. The year ended with tragedy, as Dumbledore, weakened by his investigation into the Horcruxes, was killed by Severus Snape in what appeared to be the ultimate betrayal. The loss of the wizarding world's greatest protector left Harry and his friends to face the final confrontation with Voldemort alone. The 7th and final year of Harry Potter's journey was unlike any other, for it took place not in the familiar halls of Hogwarts, but in a wizarding world at war. The Second Wizarding War had begun in earnest, and nowhere was safe from Voldemort's influence. Harry, Ron, and Hermione made the difficult decision not to return to Hogwarts for their final year of education. Instead, they embarked on a desperate quest to find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes, the objects that kept Voldemort anchored to life and made him immortal. Their hunt took them across magical Britain, from the depths of the Ministry of Magic to the seaside cave where Voldemort had hidden one of his most precious possessions. They faced challenges that tested not only their magical abilities, but their friendship and their faith in one another. The Locket Horcrux, in particular, had a corrosive effect on their spirits, nearly destroying the bonds that had sustained them through 6 years of adventures. Meanwhile, Voldemort had taken control of the Ministry of Magic, and by extension, much of wizarding society. His puppet government, led by Pius Thickness, under the Imperious Curse, began a systematic persecution of Muggle-born wizards and witches. The Muggle-born Registration Commission became a tool of terror, stripping innocent people of their rights and sending them to Azkaban on fabricated charges. At Hogwarts, the Death Eaters Amicus and Electo Caro were installed as teachers, transforming the school from a place of learning into a center of indoctrination and cruelty. Students were taught the dark arts instead of defense against them, and punishment for dissent was swift and brutal. Yet even under this oppressive regime, the spirit of resistance survived, led by Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and Ginny Weasley. The turning point came when Harry, Ron, and Hermione infiltrated Gringotts Wizarding Bank to retrieve a Horcrux from the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. Their successful theft of the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, accomplished with the help of a captive dragon, sent shockwaves through Voldemort's ranks and convinced the Dark Lord that his Horcruxes were being discovered and destroyed. Realizing that his anchor at Hogwarts, the Snake Nagini, his final Horcrux, was in danger, Voldemort mobilized his entire army for a final assault on the school. What followed was the Battle of Hogwarts, the climactic conflict that would determine the fate of the wizarding world. The battle raged throughout the night of May 2nd, 1998, as students, teachers, Order of the Phoenix members, and ordinary witches and wizards who had answered the call to defend the school fought against Death Eaters, giants, Dementors, and other dark creatures that Voldemort had gathered to his cause. The ancient castle that had stood as a beacon of magical education for over 1,000 years became a battlefield where heroes fell and legends were born. Fred Weasley, whose laughter had brightened countless days, died fighting alongside his brother in defense of the school he loved. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks, who had found love even in the darkest of times, gave their lives to ensure that their infant son would grow up in a world free from Voldemort's tyranny. Colin Creevey, barely of age, fell while trying to help defend the younger students he had sworn to protect. The most shocking moment of the battle came when Harry Potter himself walked into the Forbidden Forest to face Voldemort alone. Having learned from Severus Snape's dying memories that he carried a piece of Voldemort's soul within himself, making him, unknowingly, a living Horcrux, Harry accepted that he must die for the Dark Lord to be truly defeated. The confrontation in the forest revealed the ultimate truth about love's power over death. When Voldemort cast the killing curse at Harry, it destroyed only the piece of his own soul that had been accidentally lodged in the boy for 17 years. Harry survived, protected once again by his mother's sacrifice, but also by his own willingness to die for others. A love so pure that it created the same magical protection that had saved him as a baby. The final duel between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort took place in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, witnessed by the survivors of both sides. It was not a spectacular display of advanced magic, but rather a confrontation between two very different kinds of power. Voldemort, who had never understood love or sacrifice, faced Harry Potter, who embodied both. When the Dark Lord's own killing curse rebounded upon him, his final Horcrux, the Snake Nagini, having been destroyed by Neville Longbottom, Tom Riddle's long, twisted journey finally came to an end. The defeat of Voldemort marked the beginning of a new era for the wizarding world. The Second Wizarding War was over, but the work of rebuilding and healing had only just begun. The magical community faced the monumental task of restoring not just the physical damage that had been done, but the social and political structures that had been corrupted or destroyed. The Ministry of Magic underwent a complete transformation under the leadership of Kingsley Shacklebolt, who served first as interim minister and then as elected minister for magic. His administration focused on rooting out the corruption that had allowed Voldemort to seize power, implementing new laws to protect the rights of all magical beings, and establishing better relationships with the international magical community. One of the most significant changes was the reform of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, which was renamed and restructured to actually protect magical creatures rather than merely control them. House elves were granted new rights and protections. Werewolves were no longer subject to discriminatory legislation, and efforts were made to establish peaceful coexistence with other magical beings. The trials of Death Eaters and their collaborators were conducted with careful attention to justice rather than revenge. Many who had served Voldemort under the influence of the Imperious Curse, or out of fear for their families, were pardoned or given light sentences. However, those who had committed the worst atrocities faced the full consequences of their actions. Hogwarts required extensive reconstruction after the battle that had raged through its halls. The castle's magical properties helped with much of the repair work, but the emotional healing took longer. McGonagall, who had become headmistress after Dumbledore's death, worked tirelessly to restore the school's reputation and mission. The curriculum was reformed to include comprehensive education about the dark arts and the history of magical conflicts, ensuring that future generations would understand the dangers of prejudice and extremism. The defense against the dark arts position, cursed since Voldemort's failed job interview decades earlier, was finally freed from its jinx with the Dark Lord's death, allowing for stable instruction in this crucial subject. Many of the heroes of the war went on to distinguished careers in the post-war magical world. Harry Potter, after initially considering a career as an Auror, ultimately chose to follow in his parents' footsteps by working to protect others. Ron Weasley joined his brother George in running Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, bringing laughter and joy to a world that had known too much sorrow. Hermione Granger pursued a career in the Ministry of Magic, focusing on the rights of magical creatures and the reform of discriminatory laws. The Weasley family, which had suffered greatly during the war with the loss of Fred, slowly began to heal. The burrow was rebuilt, and it remained a gathering place for the extended family that had grown to include Harry, Hermione, and others who had been welcomed into their circle of love and acceptance. Neville Longbottom, who had shown such courage during the final battle, eventually returned to Hogwarts as the herbology professor, following in the footsteps of Professor Sprout. His journey from the frightened, forgetful boy of his early school years to the hero who had helped defeat Voldemort inspired countless students who faced their own struggles with confidence and courage. Luna Lovegood became a prominent naturalist and magizoologist, traveling the world to study and protect magical creatures. Her unique perspective and unwavering belief in the impossible led to several important discoveries that advanced the understanding of magical biology. The international magical community also underwent significant changes in the post-war period. The events in Britain had sent shockwaves throughout the wizarding world, leading to reforms and improvements in magical governments around the globe. The International Confederation of Wizards became more active in preventing the rise of dark wizards and promoting cooperation between magical communities. The relationship between the magical and non-magical worlds remained carefully hidden, but there were subtle improvements in how the wizarding community viewed and treated Muggles. The prejudice that had fueled Voldemort's ideology was gradually being addressed through education, and the example set by heroes like Hermione, whose Muggle-born status had never prevented her from becoming one of the most accomplished witches of her generation. 19 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, the wizarding world had settled into a new normal, characterized by peace, prosperity, and hope for the future. The scars of war had not entirely healed, and the memories of those dark times served as important reminders of the price of freedom and the constant vigilance required to protect it. King's Cross Station, on September 1st, 2017, witnessed a scene that would have seemed impossible during the darkest days of Voldemort's reign. Harry Potter, now a husband and father, stood on platform 9 3/4 with his wife Ginny and their 3 children, preparing to send their eldest son James off to Hogwarts for his first year. The platform was crowded with families saying goodbye to their children, a testament to the magical community's recovery and growth. Among the familiar faces were Ron and Hermione Weasley, now married with 2 children of their own, and many others who had fought in the war and lived to see their children grow up in a world free from the shadow of dark magic. Albus Severus Potter, Harry's middle child and second son, carried with him not just his father's legacy, but the hope of a generation that had been born into peace. His naming honored both Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape, representing the complex truths about courage, love, and redemption that had shaped the wizarding world's recent history. The Hogwarts that these children would attend was both the same ancient castle that had educated wizards for over 1,000 years and a fundamentally changed institution. The lessons of the past had been learned and incorporated into the school's mission, creating an environment where diversity was celebrated. House rivalries remained friendly rather than bitter, and every student was valued regardless of their blood status or background. Professor McGonagall, now an elderly but still formidable headmistress, presided over a school where former enemies worked together for the common good. The house system continued to provide identity and belonging for students, but the artificial divisions that had once seemed so important had given way to a deeper understanding of unity and cooperation. The Sorting Hat's songs during these peaceful years often reflected on the school's tumultuous history and the lessons that had been learned. Its verses reminded each new generation of students about the importance of standing together against darkness, the value of friendship across house lines, and the power of love to overcome even the most terrible evil. The magical world continued to evolve and grow, facing new challenges and opportunities that came with peace and prosperity. Magical innovation flourished as wizards and witches, who had spent years focused on survival, could now turn their attention to discovery and creation. New spells were developed. Magical creatures were better understood and protected, and the boundaries of magical knowledge continued to expand. The story of Harry Potter had become legend, told to children throughout the magical world as an example of how courage, friendship, and love could triumph over even the darkest evil. But more than just a story of one boy's journey, it had become a testament to the power of ordinary people to do extraordinary things when they stand together in defense of what is right. The ancient castle of Hogwarts continued to stand watch over the Scottish Highlands, its towers reaching toward the sky, as they had for 1,000 years. Within its walls, new generations of witches and wizards learned not just magic, but the values that would guide them throughout their lives. The ghosts that walked its corridors carried memories of both triumph and tragedy, serving as reminders that the past must never be forgotten. The Room of Requirement, which had hidden Dumbledore's army during the Dark Years, now served more peaceful purposes, providing students with spaces for study, relaxation, and the pursuit of their individual interests. The Great Hall, where the final battle had raged, once again echoed with laughter and conversation, as students from all 4 houses shared meals and celebrated their achievements. The Forbidden Forest, still forbidden but no longer quite as dangerous, continued to house magical creatures under Hagrid's gentle care. The centaurs had returned to their deep woods. The acromantulas kept to their own territory, and new protections ensured that students who ventured too far from the castle paths would be safely returned rather than lost to the darkness. As the Hogwarts Express pulled away from platform 9 3/4 that September morning, carrying a new generation of students toward their magical education, it represented more than just the beginning of another school year. It was a symbol of continuity and hope, of a world that had faced its darkest hour and emerged stronger and wiser. The wizarding world had learned that magic alone was not enough, that it took love, friendship, courage, and the willingness to stand up for what is right, to create a truly magical society. The story of Harry Potter had ended, but the larger story of the magical world continued, written by each new generation of witches and wizards who carried forward the lessons of the past while creating their own legends for the future. In the end, the true magic was not found in spells or potions, but in the connections between people, the choices they made, and the love they shared. This was the legacy that would endure long after the last page of the story had been turned, the final lesson that would guide the wizarding world through whatever challenges and adventures lay ahead. The magical world lived on, forever changed by the boy who lived, the friends who stood by him, and the love that conquered death itself. And in the ancient halls of Hogwarts, where it all began, new stories were beginning, carrying forward the eternal promise that magic, in all its forms, would continue to inspire wonder and hope for generations yet to come. As our journey through the complete timeline of Harry Potter's world draws to a close, let us remember that the greatest magic has always been the power of choice, the decision to stand for love over hatred, hope over despair, and unity over division. From the ancient founders of Hogwarts to the children boarding the train to their own magical education, each generation has faced the choice between light and darkness, and each has had the power to shape the world through the decisions they make. Thank you for traveling through this magical history with me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the wonder of magic, the warmth of friendship, and the knowledge that every ending is simply a new beginning waiting to unfold. Sweet dreams. And remember, the magic lives on in all of us who choose to believe in the power of love, the strength found in friendship, and the courage to stand up for what is right.